Hello everyone. Today we are doing another Test Drive Unlimited stream, just another chill stream. We're going to be doing some events and relaxing. Now, since last time, I actually sat down and tried to find the audio files, couldn't, so I just found any that I could and dropped them in some folder so we have some music playing in the back. It's all the original soundtracks, but not in the proper way, like through the proper radio. So yeah, now with that said, I want to send out the Discord notifications and then we can get started. So one more. There we go. Also, this will kinda double as a late birthday stream. Last time I streamed, technically it was my birthday, but it was like 4 a.m. on my birthday. And I didn't get to do any actual birthday stream stuff. So yeah, like didn't get to properly celebrate my birthday because as soon as that stream ended, I pretty much had to get something to eat, then go to work. Then I was so freaking tired that I ended up sleeping. So I got off work at 3 o'clock. I got home by 4, and from 4 o'clock at noon, all the way until like 12:30 past midnight, I was just passed out, just asleep. So yeah. Anyways, with that said, let's just get started. Need a little overlay and let's go. Continue. So we have the news. We never checked the news. So we got 5 news last time, so that's a good start. You've already driven 30 miles, 5 gold cups, amateur, 3 successful missions out of 100. These are like the models, hitchhikers, etc. And 10 gold cups. Then, for game progress, we are 6% actually. And let's see, what do we have to do? So 20 golds should be relatively easy, since I'm going specifically for golds and everything. Then 15 missions. I do plan to do the missions quite often. Then yeah, this is a good while away. Can't do multiplayer ones. Okay, so if we buy another car, another 3 cars. Then these are clothing items. These two give us points because these two are the only 2 real brands. Then 2 houses, so if we buy another house we also get some points. We don't need to buy more houses until we actually need them for more cars. So as long as I'm not buying too many cars right away, we don't need another house. So once we get to our 5th car, that's when I need a house. So we'll get this relatively soon. This will take way too long. And yeah, this is just for driving. Then these ones. Okay, we do plan, I do plan to get an upgrade. Then this is multiplayer. This technically is also multiplayer, and this is also multiplayer. So for these ones we need multiplayer, which I don't have access to yet, because I'm not using the platinum mod. Also, let me change the audio a bit. Very good. And now we should have radio stations that work, but I put them on the custom stations. Now, Let's find some event to do. This requires an E-Class vehicle. Same for this. We're looking for anything that we can do with our current car. Only the road to victory. Yeah, I think we should just get our next car, do the events and anything else after that. But I'm going to set this as the event to drive to. Let's go. One moment, forgot to take the cover off my keyboard. I keep my keyboard in the plastic wrap like 99% of the time because I just don't want it getting dirty or dusty or anything. I like to keep my keyboard perfectly clean, whereas the plastic wrap I can always just replace it. Cleaning keyboards, especially membrane ones like the one I have, is not easy. If it was the old membrane style, then it is pretty easy since all you have to do is remove the keys and just rinse it with a hose. But the new membrane style can actually break the membrane as you take off the keys because the keys are slightly glued. Okay, nothing here. We do want to be stopping by any place we find, just to unlock fast travel locations. Now, this is going to be quite a while away, but I'm choosing this because it also will unlock most of the path towards getting to the Koenigsegg dealership. And I do very much plan to buy the Koenigsegg.
You are driving in the wrong direction.
Yeah, wrong direction, but doesn't matter. I keep mixing these two up. I explained it last time, but... Anyways, let's go on the highway now. Highway can be a bit jittery, but we are not going that fast in this car, since we are still like G rank, I think, or F rank. I think it's F. I'll use my offhand to drive on here, so if I crash, that's probably why. Just to rest my actual driving hand for when I'm doing the races, because we might need to actually try hard a bit. Okay, next song. Having music when driving is just so much better. Now, I was thinking of adding my Eurobeat playlist, but then I thought, okay, let's not do that, because I'll just be risking copyright strikes. And I don't feel like having to deal with that. Now, this car is supposed to be able to reach 250 top speed. So let's see how much it can actually reach. big straight here, so let's see. Slightly downhill, which should help us go faster, but I'm going to crash in a bit. Okay, 248, 249, 250, 251. We broke our top speed. Well, the listed top speed. That's nice. This is the fastest top speed out of the entire class without upgrades. It's quite fast, honestly, considering it's like the lowest class or like second from lowest. Had some skill issues there, but we are halfway, I'd say, there. Well, a bit more than halfway, no, a bit less than halfway, because most of the road up until now was highways. Now it's going to get narrow, so I might not be able to speed as much. After this, we are going to go around every single dealership to try and find our next car, but for now I want to get to that event location just to have it as fast travel. Okay, 10 kilometers to go. But we really are zooming even in this car, so can't wait to get the actually fast cars that go at this speed in like 3 seconds. Okay, I was hoping I would go over the railing, but then I realized at the last moment that the gravity in this game is way too strong, so I would probably crash. Still worth trying. Okay, another big stretch of highway ahead of us. Really good for closing the distance. This bit of the island is also great for testing out your top speed. Sadly, with the endgame cars like Ferrari Enzo or the Koenigsegg after upgrades, you are probably not hitting top speed because you'll just crash. The cars just get a bit too unstable. Still, they are worth using. According to the developer, from what I remember, the Enzo is the best car in the game, according to them. Alright, we're almost there. 3.5 kilometers. I don't know why I keep trying to say miles.
Your destination is 3 kilometers away.
Almost crashed there. Okay, we're almost there.
Your destination is 2 kilometers away.
Might actually be able to do this event with this car,
Your destination is 1.5 kilometers away.
so I want to try it out.
Your itinerary is being recalculated. Your destination is 1 kilometer away. Your destination is 500 meters away. At the next intersection, turn right. Turn right. You have reached your destination.
Okay, let's do this. Be the first to cross the finish line. Okay, so I thought it was a time trial, my bad. Okay, but we did unlock the area up until here. So now we need to find the Koenigsegg dealership. They are around here, if I remember correctly. Should be here somewhere. Anyways, so we are going to see where the dealerships are. So filter. And we only want car showrooms. Then we go one by one. Okay, these are just old. Next one to go to. We have Jaguar, then Aston Martin.
At the next intersection, turn left. Turn left.
I'm going to go through all the dealerships, unlock them, then pick out our next car. But it has to have considerably better stats than this, because this one we could just get some upgrades and it will be amazing. Whereas okay, so Realtor.
To expand your garage capacity, pass by your real estate agency for a selection of excellent local properties.
I just want there to unlock the fast travel to the Realtor for later. Let's go. Four kilometers isn't really that far once we get up to speed. Might even be less than a minute away, but we have
Your destination is 3
a
kilometers
model.
away.
For now I want to prioritize just unlocking everything.
Your destination is 2
Okay.
kilometers away.
That's a tuning shop for Japanese cars, so we found our first tuner. So if we find a Japanese car for the next class, we can definitely make use of it. I already know what car I'm going to go for the B class. For B class, the best one in my opinion is the Noble.
1 kilometer away.
Oh, a Noble is such an interesting brand. Like,
Turn right.
barely anyone even remembers Noble, but they had some incredible cars, like nice and sporty without being ridiculously expensive. And they did have some nice features as well.
You have reached your destination.
Okay, British cars, Lotus Elise. We are looking for E group. TVR. This one is a ridiculous car in that it has an incredible acceleration. It has some of the best acceleration out of the non-in-game cars. So if you find it as an opponent in an event, it will just smoke you if you get stuck behind traffic, because by the time you are through the traffic, it has just zoomed off. And if there's a lot of corners, it will just destroy you. Now, next dealership, we should have the Jaguar very close by. Then we have the Pontiac
Your itinerary is being
a bit further down. We are just going around doing some relaxed driving while checking out all the dealerships and unlocking a bunch of things. Also, this does count towards us driving a lot, like the game requires us to do. So simply driving around, doing nothing else, not even racing, will actually progress the game slightly. Because clearing more roads and putting on more kilometers on the meter will actually get you stuff, like progress and whatnot.
Your destination is 1.5 kilometers away.
We've passed through this. I need to find the other tuner shops though, because they don't show up on my map last I checked.
At the next intersection, turn left. Turn left. Your destination is 500 meters away.
Alright, we're here. After this we have the Pontiac lot.
Turn left. You are driving in the wrong direction. Please turn around. You are driving in the wrong direction. Please turn around.
Yes, that's what I'm trying to do, lady.
You have reached your destination.
Have something good. Jaguars are, at least the older Jaguars are pretty good. Okay, 250 in 5.9, but the braking and handling are pretty bad. So it has the same max speed as our car, same acceleration as our car, but yeah. This is even worse. This is D-Class. Yeah, not worth it. Where's the Pontiac? Down here. Then we have Ferrari slash Maserati. If I remember correctly, there is an early game Ferrari that's incredibly good. So maybe we can get that. What is the Lamborghini? Might be the Miura, but no, the Miura is B-Class from what I remember.
At the next intersection, turn left. Turn left.
I do miss these older cars though.
You are driving in the wrong direction.
I
Please
passed it.
turn around.
I do miss these older cars that
Your destination
were
is 3 kilometers away.
like nice and colorful. It wasn't just black, white and silver, or just a gray. You had nice funky colors. You had combination colors like the car here I'm driving. Like black and blue looks really nice, or red and blue, which I didn't choose because I just wanted a blue car. Sure, it has like the black
Your destination
version,
is 2
but
kilometers away.
you have other options. Nowadays, if you go to buy a new car, you have to pay like an extra 500 to 1,000 just to get a nice color on it that isn't just the most generic
Your itinerary
thing
is being
ever.
recalculated. At the next intersection, turn left.
Also, cars back then, let's say to early 2000s, they tried to innovate. Like they did new things. They weren't just crossovers and SUVs left and right.
Your destination is 500 meters away.
You had all sorts of different cars. Like you had sedans, you have coupes,
You have reached your destination.
you had sporty cars. Okay, Pontiac, get out. GTO. So it's both GTOs. Why are there two identical ones? And it was 250 and 5.4 seconds acceleration. compared to my 5.9, so it's not half bad. However, the handling and the braking are worse. Next dealership is here, Maserati and Ferrari. But I can just fast travel right next to it, so we're going to do that to save some time, because we have to go through a lot of dealerships today.
Your itinerary is being recalculated.
Okay, this is getting a bit annoying, so I'm going to lower the volume.
You have reached your destination.
Okay, Ferrari or Maserati, let's see. Ferrari B-Class. Just look at that braking and handling though. This is beautiful. Maranello. The Maserati Grand Sport. 90th anniversary. No E-Class cars though. So where's the next dealership? We have one over here, the Ford. Don't know how I've missed that
Your
one.
itinerary is being recalculated.
I've driven close to it. So I've driven up until here. Ooh, Eco United. I saw I saw that. Eco United is one of the brands we need to buy clothes from for progression.
Your
So
itinerary is being
I thought there would. I thought there might be a shop there. Oh well. We have plenty of coupons to just get free clothes, so we don't have to waste money on the clothes.
You have reached your destination.
Okay, Ford should definitely have some E-Class cars. Right here. Ford Mustang GT Coupe. Slower but a lot better acceleration, really awful handling though. But on the PSP, this is a starter car. In the PSP version, it's the starter car I went for. Yeah, so we have one option so far. The handling and the braking are not the best though. So let's check every other dealership for now. Where else do we have dealerships we haven't visited? Aston Martin. So I'll go over here to the Caterhams. Then open them up and we pick the Aston Martin one. Aston Martin has some pretty good B-Class cars from what I remember. Okay, didn't mean to do donuts. I was trying to correct the flick spin
Your
oversteering
destination is
me.
500 meters away. You have reached your destination.
Let's drive inside. Alright, D-Class. D. C. Okay. Nothing particularly worthy. The A-Class cars are here, so Koenigsegg, Spiker, then Lamborghini. These ones we don't really need to bother, although the Lamborghini might have something good for me. Volkswagen, AC, Jaguar and Aston Martin, also Benz. Okay, let's go for these.
Your itinerary is being recalculated.
So we fast travel to where we've been before. Now, a lot of dealerships will have duplicates, so you might have a Lamborghini here, and another Lamborghini where the Koenigsegg's are, and they will have duplicate cars between
At the
them.
next intersection, turn right.
However,
Turn right.
they will usually have one or two that are different between the dealerships. So you have to keep track, like through a checklist or something. Make sure you aren't missing out on any. Okay, I see
Your
a realtor.
destination is 1.5 kilometers away.
Or is that a... It might be a house. Yes, it's a house. So you can drive directly to the house instead of going through a realtor, and then it will mark the realtor for that house, because each realtor will have different properties, like in real life.
Your itinerary is being recalculated.
They might be shared sometimes, like two realtors might have the same property,
Your
but
destination
not
is
every
500
time.
meters away.
Ooh, we found... Okay,
You have the ability
we
to
found
enhance
the
your
tuning shop.
automobile. Choose the upgrade pack that best suits you. However,
Okay, so
upgrading could
here
change your vehicle's group.
we choose our car, then we pay the money to beef it up. So this would put this car well beyond the starting E-Class level, because as we saw, the E-Classes we have seen up until now barely reached to 50 already. They do have better acceleration, but nothing under 5.1, and they all have terrible handling, so we can't just make do with just upgrading this, but it keeps us in F-Class, so sadly we won't be able to do all the events we need to do. So we still will need the car, but we can kinda delay it essentially. Anyways, next dealership.
You have
Volkswagen.
reached your destination.
Golf. W12, okay. W12. Yeah, nothing interesting. Next up we have down here the European lot.
Your itinerary is being recalculated.
Hopefully we'll find something nice and interesting. Since the annoying song stopped playing, just turn the volume up a
Your
bit.
destination is 2 kilometers
So what
away.
was that? Wasn't paying attention.
You are driving in the wrong
We
direction.
passed something.
Please turn around.
Is that a paint shop? Yes, it is. Oh, never mind. Vehicle transport. Yeah, we are definitely doing this. So these missions can give us 120,000 if we do them right. But they are quite long. So we need to stay on the road, avoid bumps, curbs and everything,
Turn right.
and try to not damage there. That's exactly what I was about to say. Try not to damage the price of the car whatsoever. If we do it perfectly without losing more than like $100 off the price, we'll get an extra 50%. So instead of 80,000, we'll be getting 120,000, making this the best event for money the first time around. And all of them will give us that much, while giving us a chance to actually drive something really fast to cover a lot of distance on the island to then have us fast travel. Again, we need to be careful when driving though. It's very tempting to just step on it in these cars, because they are some of the best cars in the game. But the tiniest bump on the road is going to lose you value. Now thankfully this one doesn't require us to go that far. 10 kilometers more is not a big deal, although a little bit further ahead the road does get quite bumpy, so we need to keep that in mind. We need to go quite slow. But since the car is really good, going even like 200 is actually fine for handling. You won't lose control unless you go over 300. I'm being overly cautious because I don't want to lose out on any potential money. Since the bonus is 50%, losing 500 money off the price, even if you still get the bonus, means that you essentially miss an extra 250. Okay, highway is going to be quite jittery. We need to be careful. It's nice that I found the event though, because many events weren't. Okay, that could have been bad. I tried to overcorrect it. Almost ended up in the wall. So if we damage it at all, I have to restart the event from scratch. Anyways, so it's nice that I found the event, because last I checked there weren't any of these events left on the map, so the only ones left for now are the ones I'll have to discover, so discovering it just by chance like that is quite helpful. Okay, bumpy road. It's about to stop being bumpy. And here the road is a little bit better. It can be a bit jittery as well on this road. You can tell by the color. The gray roads usually, like this kind of gray, usually can be pretty straight with a very rare jitter here and there. Not enough to damage the car. But the other road, like the dark road, if it has any jitter, it might upset the car enough to turn you sideways. Now, 2 kilometers to go, pretty much. I'll go straight here. Come on, 1 kilometer to go. Don't mess this up. I can floor it, but I don't want to risk failing right at the end. Otherwise, I will just book it right here. Okay, we spot our intersection. Then we park it. And that should be a neat 120,000. Which for a real game is amazingly good money. It's almost enough to buy an extra house. And definitely buy a car with upgrades. So perfect, which means we get 80,000 plus 40,000. These events are the reason I have so much freaking money, despite it being so early game. Okay, then we just go down here.
destination is 2 kilometers away.
If we find any other such events, I'm doing them. But for now, we need to just find more cars.
Your destination is 1.5
Okay,
kilometers
we find
away.
the model.
Your itinerary is being recalculated. Turn right.
Okay, it's over here. Actually, this is a bike dealership, isn't it? No, it's a state. Okay. In here. 120 is almost enough to buy an extra house. We just do like 3 or 4 more races for 10 grand.
You are driving in the wrong direction. Please turn around.
And we end up with enough money for a house. So those events are definitely good to do whenever you see them.
Your destination is 500
I'm just vibing to the music. We haven't even gotten to the good songs. Since it would be too much effort to put them in the normal radio stations like they used to be,
You have
just
reached your destination.
put them in the custom section of the radio. Okay. 3 million for a G-Class car. Yeah, I don't want this. This one, on the other hand, this one is definitely good. Also, we have the little price thingy that says available, right? So that will fluctuate with time. So sometimes a car might be more expensive or less expensive, depending on just random factors. Okay, next dealership, Saleen. S7 is definitely one of the better A-rank class, A-class cars, so... Okay, then we have Dodge and Bugatti, Ferrari and Lamborghini. We'll check them all out. Also, just checking the YouTube side of things a bit. Alright.
Itinerary is being recalculated.
Just that I can't actually see the YouTube comments on the stream. Because I only have one monitor. For Twitch I have a little overlay that shows me the comments even in-game. But it doesn't work for YouTube and I don't know how to get it to work for YouTube. Apparently it can. But anyways. I wanted to crash into him. Just wanted to murder him for overtaking me. But I will get bikes later.
Kilometers away.
That's what I get for trying to murder him though. I died instead. When you are on the bike, you can actually fall off
Your destination
with the
is 10
tiniest of
kilometers
crashes
away.
or bumps. And then you have to respawn on the bike.
Your destination is 1.5 kilometers away. Your
Whereas,
destination is 1.5 kilometers away.
whereas on a car, like in a car, you can just respawn like this. And you only respawn if you actually fall in the water. Or you press the
Your
respawn
destination
button.
is 1 kilometer away.
Okay, I want to try and roll
Next intersection,
to the destination, so let's try.
turn left.
Do I have enough momentum? No, just barely. Now I will have enough. It just loses speed really
You have
quickly.
reached your destination.
Okay, Saleen. S7, definitely. Twin turbo, a really good car. Almost as good as the Koenigsegg. but costs pretty much the same money. So if I'm paying that much, I'll get the Koenigsegg because it has pretty much the same stats, but even better speed. The Salin has very slightly better acceleration from what I remember though.
Your itinerary is being recalculated.
Now let's go. And again, this stream today is just to chill and relax because I didn't get to relax at all on my birthday, so
Turn right.
we're just going to be driving around.
Your destination is
And if we eventually manage to get through all the dealerships and find a nice car to pick,
your destination is 1.5 kilometers away.
I tried to murder him. Okay, let me murder you.
You are driving in the wrong direction.
I'm going in
Please turn
in the wrong direction, but I don't care. I just want to murder the biker. Willy. Oh, we cannot make them crash. Oh well. That's a bit sad. Anyways. Back to actually getting where we need to get.
At the next intersection, turn left. You are driving in the wrong direction. Please turn around. Turn left. Your destination is 1 kilometer away. Your destination is 500 meters away. You have reached your destination.
Okay. Have a good E-Class car, come on. C, G, G. Then we go for Dodge.
Your itinerary is being recalculated. At the next intersection, turn right. Your destination is 2 kilometers away. At the next intersection, turn left. Turn left.
We are also covering quite a bit of the island
Your
doing all
itinerary
this,
is being recalculated.
honestly. Today alone we've driven about 60 kilometers, I think. I can't remember where
Your
the
destination is 1 kilometer away.
the meter at the bottom of the tachometer, like the gauge,
At the next intersection,
was at. I think it was 180,000 or 170,000. So we've driven about 50,000. No. Yes, we've driven about 50,000 meters, so 50 kilometers.
you have reached your destination.
Okay, only a B-Class. What's the next dealership? Pagani, Weissman, I think it's called. And then Jaguar. Okay, we'll check them all
Your
out.
itinerary is being recalculated.
Let's go. This will also allow us
Turn left.
to have most of the island as a fast travel location because we are essentially doing a big ring around the island while checking out the dealerships. And honestly, I could have splurged a bit on those upgrades earlier when we were in the tuner shop. Just to get from place to place faster, but again, today is a chill stream, so I don't particularly care about going too fast. Just want to relax and vibe.
You are driving in the wrong direction. Please turn around.
Okay. I'm thinking I'll just change the stations.
Please turn around.
I have essentially added 4 stations for music, because there were too many tracks and you can only have about 32 maximum per station in the custom stations. Now, one thing I don't like about the PC version is how you don't really have a good radio menu. In the PSP, Xbox, basically on every version besides the PC, like the PS2 version or whatnot, all you have to do is press the D-pad and you can just scroll and pick specifically whichever song you want. Whereas here, you have to basically just go with tapping one by one for every single song. And if you accidentally don't double tap to skip the song, you'll just change stations. And then you'll have to scroll through all the stations, get to the station you were originally at, and then just start scrolling from the first song. So here, double tapping.
Next intersection, turn right.
Skips to the next song. Whereas single tapping skips to the next station. Kinda annoying. Just let me scroll through the menu of songs like every other test drive game. Well, every other version of this test drive game. Haven't played Solar Crown yet to know how the radio works in that. Only Test Drive Unlimited 1 and 2.
Your destination is 3 kilometers away.
I murdered him. Finally. Finally murdered him. After missing them so many times.
Your destination is 1.5 kilometers away.
Didn't really plan to crash into him, but he kinda swerved right in my way. Also, there's gas stations all over, but you don't actually do anything with the gas stations. But there is a mod. It's the same mod I used to actually play the game at max settings while staying in windowed mode. And that mod also adds a fuel option where cars will burn through fuel and you have to go to the gas stations to refuel. But I just didn't enable that because I want to just relax and vibe to the music and just enjoy the driving. Okay, Zonda, only one. Next dealership.
Your itinerary is being recalculated.
lowering the volume a bit. It's a good song, but it gets a bit loud. Now, I was thinking again of putting either Eurobeat or Swillen. The problem is, Swillen, I only found that, as you know, it's an old, like, from early 2000s, Japanese band of two people.
You have reached your destination.
One woman singing and a guy playing the music. Okay, D class. That's better in D class. Maserati, Maserati, no, Bugatti. Okay,
Your itinerary is being recalculated.
my bad. Mixed up the symbols.
Your itinerary is being recalculated.
But we've covered
Your
half the
destination is
island,
1.5 kilometers away.
right, as about now. The other half has like things like the military base in Pearl Harbor, so I don't care about going over there. At least not yet, because that's where the bike dealerships mostly are,
Destination is
and we
500
cannot get bikes until we get all the normal car dealerships. So this is why I'm also going in every single place that has a car dealership right about now to unlock them all. Once we unlock all these, we can get bikes. All you have to do is enter every single car dealership and you'll get the ability to have bikes. So we have a few more, like 5 more. 2, 3, 4, 5, and then we get bikes. Okay. This is going to be a long drive, however, with where this one is. 30 kilometers away. I was trying to enter the building, but the NPC was there, and he got... he made me open the challenge menu instead, because it's the same button. Okay, let's dress nice. I kinda want to get everything. We should have enough to get every single piece of clothing from a single shop. I think I'll go for a black shirt. Or white. Let's go for the black one for now. White shirt, black pants, I think will be good. Gloves. Don't really like those gloves. Okay, we have everything. We have every piece of clothing from this shop. Does that show on the map? So we go filters and we go to clothes. We'll have to just keep mental track then, since it doesn't show on the map, but let's go. But I do like the customization options here. I miss games just adding customization that was interesting. Like here, you can customize the cars. You can get different colors, different rims. You can get upgrades that might entirely change how the car looks. For example, turning the Pontiac Firebird into the Trans Am, which is just a really cool car, honestly. One of the few American muscle cars that I really like. And with a lot of history as well, since Trans Am, it's from the Trans-American Cup they used to do way back in the day. Like from one side of the US to another. Cool stuff. I really like events like that they used to have in racing back in the day, because they didn't... okay, let's be honest, they weren't pussies. Now everything is about just safety, nothing even remotely dangerous. So, goodbye Trans Am, goodbye Daytona, well, the classic Daytona, not the one in the stadiums, the one that was off-road Daytona. Goodbye that one, I can't remember the name of it, the one that was basically like a rallycross, but it was from Cairo all the way to the bottom of Africa. So you'd go through the entirety of the African continent on one vehicle, and you'd have to bring your own supplies, fix your own car on the way, etc. Or those cups that would take place in like literally the middle of the jungle. Like cool stuff that you don't see nowadays. Nowadays it's just the worst version imaginable of F1, because goodbye actual racetracks, hello just city tracks. Like why? It's a racing series, just use a racing track. That's what those things are for. A city track is not meant to be raced in. It does not make for good racing, like the upside down pig they had in Las Vegas. I still remember all the memes. And I don't even follow F1, but yeah. Also, my hair is starting to get in my eyes, so I might need to take a moment to tie my hair up. Ooh, what do we have here? Delivery. I'll happily take that. $90,000. Okay, so this is one of the more expensive deliveries, which means even more money, because normally the deliveries are 80,000. So adding 50% means it jumps all the way to 120. But this is 90,000, so the 50% bonus is going to be 45,000. So 135,000 total, which is even better. And it just so happens to be in the same direction I was going to go anyways. So then I can just fast travel after we're done with the event. So there's two birds with one stone, while also making a mountain of free money. Also, this car sure has a loud engine. This is a Miura, isn't it? I think it is. Now, this is a bit risky here, the up, down, up, down, up, down. But as long as I navigate correctly, we'll be fine. I do need to be careful of bumps though, because bumps can damage the car. Now, that bit was not the bumpy bit. We are about to come up to the bumpy bit as soon as we reach the corner of the island. Here we have a slightly bumpy bit, but this is nothing compared to what we'll have later. The corner of the island, the top left corner of the island, is like bumpy highway. Like bump central. Because it's just uphill, downhill, over and over. And with how the gravity works in this game, it's just awful. Now I could use a mod to lower the level of gravity, but big oop. I want to play vanilla as possible. It's why I keep the sport traction control on. Like the sport assists on. I could play without assists just fine, but it is an arcade game, so I'm treating it as such. Okay. We're getting there. So far we've done 10 kilometers, so just under that much to do left. So we are halfway more or less. And as soon as we make the round here and we end up in the next bit of like housing area, that's where the dealership I would have gone to is, so we can just fast travel to it now. You need to be very delicate here. Just a tiny bit of off-road is going to lose me a mountain of money. There's no time limit, thankfully. And here. Inside one of the streets in here is where the dealership is. So we'll just fast travel to it once we are done. And there should be some other stuff here as well, like realtors and I think a clothing store as well. We'll see. Just nice and steady. Nice and steady. The end is going to be scary. Now, if only I could use save states, I wouldn't be driving so slowly and scared. But no save states on the PC version. So you need to be ultra careful. Almost had an oversteer moment there. Another moment, thankfully we managed to save it, because it would just be really, really sad if we failed now when we're almost at the end. Also, Carbon Kid is a nice vibe of a song. I wouldn't say specifically for driving, but in general, more like it's the song that's playing right now. Okay, almost there. Less than a kilometer. I'll just roll there to be safe. Just a straight line, we roll the car. And that is our third vehicle transport. So 90,000 plus 45,000. I have almost enough to buy the Koenigsegg. And now, let me remove the clothes. Okay, we still have a little bit more to go, but we covered a lot of the island. So we just fast travel now that we have all that big road. So I saw that earlier. Oh, it's just like a lifeguard thingy.
Your destination is 2 kilometers away.
And more clothing stores. Nice. Ben Sherman. If we buy 10 clothes from here, we can actually progress a bit. Okay, here. You should have good tasting clothes. We bought 10 items. Now I just want to find Bermudas, moccasins, shoes. I'll get the sneakers as well. So we have all the shoes. Let's get all the pants. And then I'm simply missing some upper garments. Okay, this shirt looks nice. We'll get this as well. Now we can just buy using money, if I remember correctly. Oh no, okay. I guess it's the 360 version that lets you buy stuff with money. That's perfectly fine.
At the next intersection, turn left.
Since I plan to do all the hitchhiking missions and the model missions anyways.
At the next intersection, turn left. Turn left. Your destination
Another
is
fashion
1
shop.
kilometer away.
We'll come back later.
Turn right.
Now, this dealership in the PSP version also has Koenigsegg's. It's not just Lamborghini.
At the next intersection,
I remember buying a Koenigsegg here.
turn right.
Also, there's a race later on where you just do the little ring bit. It's basically a big oval and a kind of a square oval. So you go through these two in an 8 pattern as a race with A-class cars. It's way later in the game and gives some good money considering a lap is like 40 seconds. It gives 40 something thousand from what I remember. Okay. I want to drive the rest of the 8 pattern real quick. Just to unlock the full road. So there's one over here too. Okay, that bit of the road counted. And there, that bit of the road also counted. Like it turned blue, so now we can fast travel to the entire ring. Next dealership. We have one over here. One over here. Then 2 here, and that will unlock the bikes. But before we do anything, I'm going to take a moment to fix my hair. So, excuse me for a second. Alright, I'm back. Also, it's getting really hot here, so I'll keep streaming, but I might need to turn my fan on, and I don't know how my microphone is going to pick up the sound of the fan. Now, the mission earlier ended here, so we can save some time by just fast traveling. Only 26 kilometers to go. We are going to essentially finish the round of the island. Later on there is an event that does this, called Tour of the Island, where you go in a big circle around the island, but we don't... Okay, thank you game for spawning the car literally in front of me. They just spawn randomly, and you can place bets against them. You can disable them if you want to, but I just leave them on, since I normally disable cars anyways when playing Test Drive Unlimited 1. Since cars in general have, like NPC cars, have like way too many issues with them. Invisible cars, they literally stop and brake check you, or they swerve left and right, often in the opposite lane that you are on, and so on. And those happen at over 60 FPS. Since I like to play uncapped, like with uncapped frame rate, it ends up being annoying. So I just full disable traffic. Anyways, 22 kilometers. Anyways, while doing this on other things, I do want to mention some stuff. So, about the new PC, I've actually had it sitting there, not used at all, ever since I built it. Besides just setting up the Windows and installing some stuff like Mozilla, Brave, VLC, Handbrake, OBS, and so on. All I have to do now is just move the hard drives from the old computer to the new one. The problem is I don't have enough space to put the new computer without removing the old one. And at that point, it's too much work and I just don't have the time usually. Because I need to move the old computer to a different room temporarily, remove all the dust from the table because it's quite dusty. I haven't moved my PC in ages. Okay, Hitchhiker. Let's just do that later. It will potentially be in the same direction here that I'm driving anyways, but nah, screw it. Anyways, so I also need to get a graphics card for the new computer, for which I will sell the old one for like 500 or 550, then buy the graphics card. Problem is, before I can make an ad for the computer, I need to kind of clean it because it's quite dusty. It's not dirty though, it's just dust. So all I have to do is just go with a low power vacuum cleaner and a little brush and clean it up. Just suck up all the dust and that will be it. Nothing serious. Probably won't take more than 20 minutes. And yeah, for anyone that doesn't know, that's the go-to way, the best way to remove dust from the computer. Never ever do the stupid thing they do in the US, mostly, where they blow into the computer like with those cans of air. That can actually cause problems because it moves air further inside. So it can get the dust further inside. So it can get the dust stuck in some really bad places. Another beautiful mission. For another 135,000. And we have some news at the bottom, I just noticed. This road is just nice and big and straight, so we can kind of book it to get some of the kilometers taken care of until the annoying parts where we have to actually slow down and be safe, because these cars control like boats without upgrades, like the Aston Martins and whatnot. We are a fourth of the way there, nearly. Sadly, this is not in the same road I was at earlier. It teleported us quite a ways away. Which means I don't really get any more progress on the fast travel bit that I would love to have. Still, 135,000 is just beautiful enough to allow us to get 2 cars with upgrades, maybe even 3 cars with upgrades. So we should be set as far as money goes for the next little while. Until we get to like B or A class cars, they should all be pretty cheap, like at most 200,000. This event gives 135,000 towards that. Okay, just playing it safe over the bump. Anyways, back to the talk about my new PC. So I haven't gotten the GPU yet because I want to get a specific GPU. I can get it for the actual intended price because the prices have finally stopped being like extremely high. I want the non-XT 9070 because I plan to run the system pretty much 24/7 like I always do for my computers. So I want a card that won't actually burn a ton of power, and I know most graphics cards on idle burn next to nothing. For example, my current card burns 0.5 watts when just idling on the desktop or on a browser. But I also plan to do a lot of encoding and whatnot, or rendering. So I don't want it to just burn too much. So I would rather waste 5% more time on the processing, because it's slightly worse than the XT, than 10% more power. So yeah, and if I ever need extra performance, I can always overclock. So there's two versions I can get for a pretty good price. So first of all, the MSRP is 500. No, 550, right? Anyways, which means it's 505 euros more or less. So add to that the about 30 for transport and the 24% for the tax, because import tax here is 24%, and you end up with about 670. So I can get the Sapphire Pulse, which is the version I normally get for my graphics cards. So I had the R7 265 Sapphire Pulse. Now I have the 5600 XT Sapphire Pulse. So they have all proven themselves quite good. So the Sapphire Pulse is at 670 something, and then I can get the ASRock Steel Legend in white, since it's also a white computer.
You are driving in the wrong direction. Please turn around.
I passed it. I was a bit careless. So I can get the ASRock Steel Legend, the white card with the triple fan design, for 669, which is pretty much spot on for MSRP value. But I don't really know about ASRock because I've never used ASRock products, and I have heard mixed things about them.
At the next intersection,
Whereas for Sapphire, I've tested them thoroughly. Sapphire products have never failed me. The only reason my R7 265 died was because of a power surge that blew up my power supply unit on an older computer I had. So it basically died to a power supply failure. Since power supplies, when they die, they usually take other components with them. And that power supply took out everything except, what was that it didn't take out? My basically killed everything except my 6350 processor, the 6350 FX.
You are driving in the
Okay,
wrong
we've driven 200 miles. Nice. Ooh, it actually covered quite a bit of distance. And we are now a pro. Okay. We now have access to the editor mode, which lets us make challenges. And making a challenge is a requirement for some extra points, so we might do that. I think you have to go to one of the diners around the island to make a challenge. Now we have a new mail. You got mail. But I'll just check them all out after we get all the dealerships. We're almost there. Meanwhile, today, I've been driving for 2 hours here, and still we have not done a single race or actual event. We've only done like car deliveries and just driving around, which is more or less what I was planning, but I know it's not the most interesting to watch when there's not a real challenge. Still, let's keep going. 8.5 kilometers. Should be nice and easy. If I don't do that. And I would like a house like that. Like a beach house. Where there's basically no neighbors. So you can actually relax without having to worry about loud neighbors. There is a place here it's basically where my grandma lives currently. The houses are old, since they were built like over 50 years ago, most of them. But it's nice and quiet, and there's a lot of trees. Like every house will just be surrounded by trees. They don't have a big yard for the most part. Yeah, let's say it's about 200 square meters of a yard at most, which might sound like a lot, but it's not when half of it is just filled with just trees. It's like this, just trees everywhere. Even some trees might even like encroach onto the house itself. Okay, these clothes, we can't get them yet.
Your destination is 3 kilometers away.
Once I get going, I am faster than him, so I'll eventually overtake. And that car they have is actually much better than mine, technically speaking.
Your destination is
Much
2
better stats.
kilometers away. You are driving in the wrong direction. Please turn around.
Alright.
Your destination is 1.5 kilometers away. Your itinerary is being recalculated.
Almost there.
Your destination is 1 kilometer away.
Another house for sale. Eventually we will start buying all the houses we
Your destination is
can
500
get.
meters.
Okay, my destination is very close, but I'm very tempted to do all the events of this kind I see. Please don't be too far. 20 kilometers. It's a bit far, but nothing awful. It's different doing 20 kilometers in my F-class car and doing 20 kilometers in an A-class. This song kinda reminds me of Welling's rapping. Whoever doesn't know who Wellin is, he's, let's just say, mostly a former Rust YouTuber. He barely does the Rust anymore. He used to do Rust quite a lot, and he got really big, and now he barely does any Rust. He basically does a mix of Rust and Escape from Tarkov. Both great games that I would play, but I don't want to support Escape from Tarkov's like grid that they have. How even if you had paid for the game before, they might strip it away from you, or how they said, okay, buy this complete version that includes all future upgrades, and then after releasing the future upgrades they went, nah, you don't get them for free even if you had that version. So no, I don't plan to support them. Basically they sold a season pass, or more like a lifetime pass, without thinking ahead, and then they just stripped it away from everyone. And they forced people to pay an extra like $70. That's not that's not a practice I want to support, essentially. Okay, that could have gone very badly. But the game itself is amazing. However, if I just want to play something that feels like Tarkov, there's always Chernobylite, which is essentially single-player Tarkov, more or less. But even better, because you have the same mechanics like stealth, looting, extracting, but you also have some really cool weapons that don't have to adhere to realism, like a laser railgun that shoots through walls. Sure, it does reduce damage, but the fact that you can just sit there with a thermal scope and shoot every enemy in the nearby area through a wall, dispatch them, then just safely just walk in and do what you need to do is it's just too fun. Anyways, then for Rust, I would play it. I actually used to own it until I refunded it. When I played it, it was on Windows 7 and just refused to run correctly. It would just constantly crash. I tried to stream it at the same time, and in the 4 hours I tried to play it, the stream only managed to work for about 18 minutes, 20 minutes, somewhere around there, because of all the crashing. It would just crash the OBS, even though I was well over specs. And then it itself had crashed in those 4 hours over 60 times. I'm not exaggerating, I counted 60 times of it crashing. At that point I just refunded it. Now, I don't know if it was because I had Windows 7 at the time, when the game really prefers Windows 10. But yeah, so that's one reason I refunded it. The other is, and also the reason why I'm not going to go back into it again, I do like it as a game. It's a great game. I do like that kind of game. Don't get me wrong. I don't like turning the game into my life though. Games are meant to be a hobby. I'm not going to give all my life to one game. So any game that requires daily commitment, I just say no to. So even if I did play Rust, I would just play modded Rust on something like a Willjam server where it has offline protection and you don't have to just worry about spending 8 hours working towards building up a little seat sack, getting some equipment and whatnot, and then some a-hole coming in the middle of the night and just raiding you, setting you back to nothing. So if I do survival games of that kind, I will just do single player ones that freeze the world when you aren't playing, things like Valheim, for example. I did Valheim relatively recently. I can't remember if I simulcasted it, like if it's on the YouTube side as well. But great game, honestly. I have gotten right up to the part where you need to head to the Mistlands on the latest playthrough. Although I did do quite a bit off stream. Most bosses I just ended up doing off stream, just because I wanted to progress the game and build up resources on my free time, but I didn't want to have to stream at the same time because I was playing in bits and pieces, like 30 minutes here, an hour there. Not good enough for a stream. Okay, we're almost there. $135,000. Welcome to Papa. We are basically two such missions away from hitting 1 million credits. Okay, I'm just going to roll into the dealership. I didn't have enough speed to roll.
You have reached your destination.
Okay, what do we have here? Again, we are looking for A-class cars. Okay, so McLaren F1, good car, but not as good as the Saleen S7 or the Koenigsegg. This one is more like it, but it loses a lot of top speed. Then we have Ascari, pretty good B-class cars, but the real B-class cars are the Nobles. Okay, so here 320 and 3.9. Then the Noble might seem slower, but it has a lot higher acceleration. Also, what's the M400 Noble? That's the really good one. Maybe it's in a different dealership anyways. That one basically has incredible handling, pretty much hits 99 handling, 90 something, like high 90s on the braking after upgrades, at least from what I remember, making it incredibly good. Alright. So this dealership didn't have the good stuff either. Next dealerships, we have 3 more. No point in driving this stretch of the island right now because it's just big open empty nothing. I'm going to set this one next. This is the Koenigseggs and we're just going to fast travel. I should have a fast travel location very close by. My hair has started falling in front of my face again. Great. I normally hold my hair up with the headphones. I have like the big headphones and I use them similar to like a head bracket, hair bracket, like headband or something. But yeah, anyways, this is our exit. We better not miss it. Now we have 2 dealerships over here, then we have one last dealership a good while away. It's pretty much at the military base. And after that we will have unlocked bikes. I don't know if I will buy a bike. You can do car events with a bike, but bikes control like boats. And honestly, it's not worth getting all the bikes. Now, the funny thing is that a bike will count as a full vehicle for the garage, even though it's way smaller than a car. Like, in the same space you can fit one car, you can fit like 3 or 4 bikes. So, yeah, anyways. Eventually we will buy one of every single vehicle in the game and try to get one, like all the upgrades, like max upgrade on everything. We'll see.
Your destination is 3 kilometers away.
Of course I crash. Also, let's go to the next station. Since we've cycled through the songs.
Your destination is 2 kilometers away. Your destination is 1.5 kilometers away.
Almost
Your
there.
itinerary is being recalculated.
Now these songs, well, they aren't songs that are pieces. Like this music is just a vibe. So no lyrics, just vibing.
Your destination is 500 meters away. Turn left. At the next intersection, turn left. You have reached your destination.
Okay. Koenigsegg. Come here. CC8S. And then we have the C8 La Violette. There's also the CCR we can get. I don't know why it's not available here. This is where we should be able to buy it. Unless the CCR is exclusive to like the PSP, PS2 versions. Still, this has some of the best top speed in the game. Only the Ferrari Enzo is faster from what I remember. The acceleration is slightly worse than the Saleen, but the top speed makes up for it because in A group races, usually you just have to drive really far for a long time in a straight, so top speed matters a lot more. Wait, how much was it again? I remember it being 550. 538. Bit cheaper than I remember. Anyways, Lambo is next.
Your itinerary is being recalculated.
Then one dealership to go before we have the bikes unlocked. I do like how in order to get bikes you have to go through all the car dealerships, because even if you want to use bikes, if you could just skip right to them, it would have like it could give you less of a reason to just explore the island, whereas here we have just been driving and vibing for the most part and exploring the island, checking out a bunch of things.
Your destination
Cool stuff.
is 500 meters away. At the next intersection, turn right. Turn right. You have reached your destination.
Okay, have a good class car, come on. C A B. Okay, so we have Gallardo Spider, Murcielago Coupe, and Gallardo SC. So one of each class. ABC, okay. Well, I don't care about those. So last one, Cadillac, a single car.
Your itinerary is
Sadly,
being
it's not the
recalculated.
Cyan. And we have come all the way to here. So I can pick up from here, should be about 14 kilometers. 20. But it is just a big straight, so big whoop. But by the time I get to the dealership, we'll have broken 300 kilometers on this car. We can see it down in the meter. So we are at 290 kilometers on just this one car. And once I'm up to speed, it shouldn't take that long to get to the destination. Just keep driving, and we are nearly a quarter of the way there already, like 2 minutes. And since I have the speed built up, as long as I don't crash, and I know I'm jinxing myself saying that, we should get there very quickly. I lost some speed, but it's fine. I'll rest my hand a bit, drive with my off hand. Since as soon as we get to the destination and we get the dealership, I'm going to finally buy the next car we need, get the upgrades on it, and then do all the events we have in our rank. But doing all this actually ranked us up once, so now we have the next rank of events also available. So I want to get a really good car, enough that it can actually do more than just the E-class events. Maybe it can do some more events of higher ranks. Maybe some D rank events or even C rank events, because with upgrades, cars can get quite good. Now this is the industrial area, and shortly after is the military base. I really like the sky effects in the game. They are very simple, obviously, but I do like them. Also, is that a hitchhiker? It's in the same direction as I'm going, so no reason not to do it. It's even pretty much where I want to go anyways, so all it changes is the fact that I need to be a bit more careful with my driving, but we're talking about a big straight road for 90% of it, so I think we'll be fine. And if we do this right, we should get like 5+ coupons for clothes. Eventually I will get every single piece of clothing in the game, and next time we are home I want to customize my character as well.
Intersection, turn right. Turn right.
Okay, it kind of splits from the path. The dealership goes straight, but turning means we have to go up the mountain, which might complicate things a bit, but not a big deal. Now there is a house up the mountain here. It's really expensive, but it has one very important distinction, because traffic will never spawn near the houses in the mountains. Like, it stops spawning after a point because it's a dead end, and it wouldn't make sense for traffic to come from there. So the developers made it so nothing can come from that side. So if you buy that house, whenever you are wanted by the police, all you have to do is get there and just drive back and forth outside the house. You have to be on the road in order to lose the cops. So you can't just go off-road to lose the cops. And since the cops will never follow you up there, they just despawn. You can just sit there, drive back and forth, and the cops will just go away after a while. Because you have to drive on a road without cops close by to lose the cops. So it's just the best method of losing the cops. And I taught that trick to my girlfriend when she was playing this game, because she kept crashing into cars, especially cops. She would be driving, and anytime she was near a cop, she would just swerve by accident into the cop, over and over. She's not that amazing at driving games. She's decent though, like not awful. She was playing the PSP version, so she would do races usually in easy. She wouldn't have too much trouble, and in normal difficulty she would usually win. Not every time, but usually. So she's not awful, but isn't good, considering how even in the hard difficulty the races aren't actually hard. Still, every single time a cop was near, she would just accidentally, not on purpose, just accidentally, without even realizing, just swerve into the cop.
Turn left.
Almost went off-road. Almost went off the road. Simply touching the off-road is enough to lower the rating, and that would have meant redoing the event from scratch. Okay. Still, we are close to the destination. So, since we have plenty of time, I'm just going to drive a bit more safely. But yeah, I'm not exaggerating whenever when I say that whenever a cop was near, she didn't even pay attention to the cop, right? Okay, so we get 9 coupons. Nice. This means plenty of clothes for us. And now, we did drive past the dealership. Oh wait, no, we split off here. So we just get on the road here. I do hate how one path here and the opposite path on the side count as different roads for progression, because it's just annoying. Like, just mark both roads as driven on. Anyways. We have a house here. This is also where a lot of the bike dealerships are. So after we reach the single dealership here. Okay, clothing store and
3 kilometers away.
model. Okay. We have bought most of them, I think. There might be something exclusive to this one store, but basically each brand will carry different stuff, and most of them will just be shared between their stores. So we do have everything here. Now let's keep going. Just had to check since we got some nice tickets and I could start building up the clothing collection. And again, when we get to the house, okay, this is bikes. It does tell you need to discover all the car dealerships first.
Your destination
And
is
we are about to head to the very, very last car dealership. It's right over here.
Your destination is 1.5 kilometers away.
Ben Sherman. We couldn't buy everything earlier, I think. So we can finish buying the things. And we'll just customize our character later. There's one store that sells tuxedos. I really want to get that one. Have pretty much everything. Yeah, we have everything and one single ticket left.
You are driving in the wrong direction.
I
Please
know
turn
that,
around.
lady. That's what I was trying to fix.
Your destination is 1 kilometer away. Your itinerary is being recalculated.
This race I might be able to do in this car. Guess not yet. Alright,
You have reached your destination.
Cadillac dealership. The very last dealership before we get bikes. D-Class. Pretty good stats, honestly. 4.9 is quite nice, and 260 is also nice. You have discovered all the car showrooms on the island. Congratulations, you may now visit the bike showrooms. So, we go to filters, and we choose bike showrooms. Now, we get to explore every single one of them.
Your itinerary is being
We do have a
recalculated.
fast travel location very close to this one. Okay, so like basically the map is actually just a top-down view of the island. Like it's the actual game world, so you can see things like the planes flying overhead and whatnot. It just moves the game camera up top, which is why it's so slow to get in and out. Okay, so the closest location is here. That's what I was checking because
Your itinerary is being recalculated.
I remember there not being a bridge, so I had to find the
Your
best way to
destination is
get to
3
it.
kilometers away.
Now, bikes are really cheap. So if you just want a nice and cheap vehicle to do some racing, bikes are definitely the way to go. Because even the good bikes are, what, 14,000 from what I remember? They're like dirt cheap. Sadly, the PSP version and the PS2 version don't have bikes. That's something that always made me sad because I mostly have played the PSP version. And the lack of bikes is just criminal.
Your
Okay,
destination
rental,
is 1 kilometer away.
hitchhiker.
Your destination is 500 meters away.
We're here.
At the next intersection, turn
For all the other dealerships, I shouldn't need to drive since I should very much have a spot I can fast travel to, essentially right next. Okay, so here 13,500 with some really good stats, 10,000. 30,000 for the really good one. Okay, we're not getting a bike yet, though. I'm just going to get all the dealerships, though, for starters. There's only 3, and we have gotten them all. Okay. So I want to go home. And then we have to catch up on the news. So on the news, you sure have good taste in clothes. There are 10 items of Ben Sherman clothing in your walk-in closet. That's a good start. You've already driven 200 miles. You've reached the pro level. And then for game progress, we are into the pro level. It will take a while to get to expert. Then we go to character and we can customize. The dressing room is where you can change the look of your character. To buy clothes, you must have shopping coupons. Get these when you successfully complete some of the challenges on the island. See if you can figure out which ones. Yeah, we already have. Now here we can change a lot of things about the face. But let's find something nice. Jacket looks decent. Blazer definitely cool. I want to go white shirt with black pants. Baggy pants. I hated jeans. Smart pants. Which colors do we have? Black ones. Perfect. Gloves. Black ones will do. Let's go for these ones, but we only have them in one color. Alright. I want to kind of modify the hair though. So 3 is a bit shorter. Mustache, sideburns, beard, but without the mustache, goatee. Let's go for a full beard. Black as well. Then confirm. Now we have style. Then for biker gear, I haven't really bought any, but this will do. Now we look stylish. So next up, we go through the car dealerships to find a Niklas car that will do. The ones here weren't good enough. Let's check Mercedes first. Okay, so for E-Class we pretty much have only the ones here. I kinda don't want to go for Ford, but I will just have more or less to go for the Mustang if we don't find anything better. Then try to salvage the pathetic handling. With upgrades. Okay. Let's check the Volkswagens again. Is it just the W12? There's F and then C, then B. We are not looking for these classes. Okay, so the brands are going to be these ones, I guess. Let's check. Yes, muscle cars for starters. Not good enough. Nissan might have something good like 350. No, I don't think the 350 is in the game. 370 is, unless I remember wrong. Okay, here Ferrari Enzo, really good stats, especially after upgrades. Ooh, this just looks beautiful, but we need literally $860 more to buy this. The stats kinda suck for the price though. Okay, Grand Sport. I might end up buying this when we get to D-Class because it has really good stats for D-Class. Okay, not here. We've checked this. So we have Alfa Romeo, Audi. Let's check Audi. Audi is also what we are currently using. F. This is the one we are using right now. So 250 and 5.9. So we need an improvement on this. And as we can see, it's better than the E-Class Audis. Like, this is E-Class and has the same stats. Yeah, so we are not getting an Audi. Maybe an Alfa Romeo. We're looking for E-Class. No. The Competizione is quite good. On the PSP version, you get that for free. Okay, Chevrolet. Okay, 3 more dealerships to check. Nissan, Mercedes, and then Ford. There just aren't that many E-Class cars, sadly. So we don't get many options. There's plenty of D-Class though. Okay, Nissan, please have something good. I don't want to go for a Ford. E-Class, okay, 250, 5.9, it's the same stats we have. But pretty good handling and braking. And this is literally the same car, just upgraded one level. Okay, R34 so far looks the best. Terrible braking and handling, which is actually not realistic because the R32 to R35 had amazing handling and braking, but still. So 250 and 5.2. So that's for these, and Ford is the last option. 240, 5.1. Slightly worse than the GTR. Supposedly better handling, but pretty much the same braking. Okay, 240 and 5.1. Then we have 69 and 52. Let's check the R34 again. 250. The other one is 5.1. But this is 70 not 69 and 54 not 52. So I think we are getting this. So now let's customize it. This reminds me of the R32 from Initial D, like pitch black. The blue, I would rather it be bright blue, not dark blue. Bright blue would really suit this car. The Jade can look quite cool. Not a fan of gold colors on cars. White is a bit too sad. Same for silver. These three are basically what you see every day now. Well, white you don't even see anymore actually. It's just silver, black and grey, nothing else. And not even the cool ones, like the glossy metallic paint. It's just the matte, or however you pronounce that thing. Like the dull paint that just looks ugly. I want a nice shiny car like this. Okay, let's go for the Jade. Just to stand out. Small collector. So we have two cars. Then next up I want to find the high-end tuner for our car. Using Chronopack you can compare the respective performances. Okay. Japan Auto Parts. So this is where we go because we have a Japanese car. So we pick Nismo. Then we ultra beef it up. So we've spent 96,000 on the car. And we get the tuner thingy as well. Then I want to go back home. Just to read all the new messages because we got quite a few back to back. Okay, Pro. So two cars and we get the tuning thingy. So in the game progress we should be quite a while further in now. Next up we have 9 more gold caps. We're about to start doing events again, so we'll get this in no time. Maybe even this. This one we will easily get because I plan to do more just to get more clothes. And then we'll get these as we go through the game. We cannot do multiplayer. Then we need 4 cars for this. We'll get this by the time we hit B rank. I plan to start by getting 1 car for each rank, and we'll buy the rest later. Alright, so we have Ferrari, Lamborghini, Mercedes, Chevrolet, Aston Martin and Ford. So we need 3 of each eventually. Then we can buy another house to get some more points. But I don't need to spend that money yet. Next up, we have 260 out of 400. We'll get this easily as well by just doing hitchhikers and whatnot, since those usually are about 20 kilometers. So more or less 10 of them at most will get us this. And this is the time-consuming one because you have to drive on every road, and if the road goes both ways, you have to drive both ways. Okay, custom challenges, club, and trade. These two we cannot do in single player. This one we might be able to do. Now, real quickly, I'm going to go. Okay, there just was an ad break, but I'll go AFK for a moment. Just need to get some water because it's getting really hot here. So, excuse me for like 2 or 3 minutes. Alright, I'm back. Sorry for the wait. Now let's continue. And I just noticed the YouTube chat. Sorry for not paying attention there because basically I have one monitor so I can't see the YouTube side of things. But yes, the game does look amazing and I'm not using any graphic mods. This is just vanilla graphics just on the high settings in game. So this is a game from 2006 and looks great while running on a potato. Basically, to run these max settings you need about 300 megabytes of graphics card, like VRAM. Anyways, so we go to challenges, we sort by unfinished, and then we are looking for group E races. Any group E race or event in general, we'll just be doing it. We have a brand new car, so let's test it out. After upgrades and everything, 4 kilometers should be nothing. You can feel the extra acceleration, honestly. With the other one, just to hit 230 it would take forever. Whereas now we are like 260. Alright. And here we slow down.
Turn left.
Kinda wish that GPS told you where to go a bit faster. Usually also I could have just taken the wrong way on purpose and had to drive less. But yeah, this game is pretty much the game that created the first proper driving open world game. Need for Speed Underground 2 had an open world, but it was nowhere near as well built like this, and it was actually tiny. Okay, so we did that. Next event that we haven't done. We have a race for 20 grand.
Your itinerary is being recalculated.
But I don't need to drive to it, because I literally have a fast travel location right here. It just so happens to be in the tiny bit stretch of the road that I don't have unlocked. So I'm going to drive past it just to unlock. Okay, now it unlocks, and now I can turn back into the race. Alright. We should have the best car out of the E-Class cars. Also, we have upgrades on top, like max upgrades, because I have money to burn at this part of the game. Normally, in this part of the game, you won't really have much money, but since we took the time to go all around the map to explore, and in the process we found a whole bunch of car deliveries, we have more or less ended up filthy rich. Whereas Splurge, normally you'd have to be stingy or farm some races, but I'm at the point where dropping 94,500 on a single car is not a big deal.
the next intersection, turn right.
Like we have smoked them. They're still about to take that corner we took ages ago. They are that far behind because this game does not have rubber banding, which is yet another reason why I really like this game. It's if you have a good car, you smoke them. If you have a bad car, it's up to your skill to catch up and luck, obviously, because the AI will crash, but I just hate rubber banding in racing games. Just give the opponents faster cars, that's it. Don't make them cheat. It doesn't make for more interesting races. This is more fun. Instead of actually having a tough battle, you get to see how much you can smoke them by. But yeah, we are just zooming here. And I do like how the car sounds as well. I am a big fan of just Nissans in general. Especially the R35. The R35 was a beautiful car for its time, like a masterpiece. But even R32, R33 were good. R34 is the weakest of all. Like it had a lot of issues at launch, so it's the one we are using now, but it's still a very good car. I think you can still find R34s relatively cheap. I think here an R34 would set you back like 9,000 euros used, which is a fair price. Personally, I would, if I was going to get a car, I would just drop my money on a Celica. Just because if a Celica is essentially a Corolla on steroids, and it has amazing handling, one of the best handling cars ever made, especially the four-wheel steering, the four-wheel steering cars. Like not all Celicas had it, but a lot did, and those are amazing for just parking in the city because it gives you that much more rotation. It's subtle but enough to matter in tight parking situations like you have here. I have tried one out and it made parking very tightly so much easier. The opponents are like 2 kilometers away, like I end up crashing and it doesn't even matter. That's just beautiful. Anyways, so again, if I could get, technically I can't get it, but if I wanted the car, I would just get a Celica. I can find used Celicas with decent mileage here for about 5 to 6 grand, which is a very good price. And the engine is essentially the VVTi engine, so it's just the same engine as Toyota Corolla or Toyota Camry or even the older Subaru models had it, like the ones before the WRXs. Okay, I'm going to drive this tiny bit of stretch here just to register it on the map, because I just don't have it registered, sadly. Okay, now it's registered and the event is right up ahead, so I'll just drive to it. Why not? I do need more practice with a new car to see how much I can push it without it losing control. Okay, here we are. Alright. 5 checkpoints, nice and short race. I see a Ford, I see an Audi. I see a 350Z. And now they see me because they are behind me. It feels like playing an RPG essentially, when you don't have rubber banding. Like in an RPG, if you level up enough, the enemies will basically do nothing to you. In most RPGs, like JRPGs essentially. Like in Final Fantasy, you hit level 99 and even the final boss will do next to nothing. So it feels the same, like you get a strong car with upgrades and the AI will pretty much not be able to do a thing. Even if you drive awfully like I did there. Okay, 10 grand, I'll take it. We have a bunch of events to do, so no reason to stress and redo events for money. We'll end up filthy rich by the time we finish all these events. We have like 30 events to go through with this car.
3, 2, 1, go!
Yeah, let's do this.
At the next intersection, turn right. Turn right.
I could possibly have taken that corner a lot better, but be good.
Turn left.
I'm just being a bit too careful when I'm not used to the car just yet. I should be able to do this easily. As long as I hit the checkpoint with like a minute and
At the next
30
intersection, turn
left, we should be fine. And I could have done a massive cut here through the grass, honestly. Like full sped that. Okay, that could be bad. But it's only 2.2 kilometers away for the finish line. 2 kilometers away, yeah, we have plenty of time. I'm not trying to set any records. The game
Next
will
intersection, turn left.
track your best speeds and like best runs
At the
through
next
races.
intersection, turn right. Turn right.
This will be 215, I think. Maybe 212. Maybe 210. Still. Gold. Doesn't matter if I get like a high speed record or something, big whoop. Okay, then we do this one. E or F. So the AI might be even worse. For multi-class races, you pretty much have them set. Like, you'll have a very easy time if you just have a high class one. Because the F class is never going to keep up with an E class upgraded car. Even if they choose to bump into me. It's just a straight line to the finish. Well, a curved line to the finish, but you get the idea. .8 kilometers. I went off-road and I tried to save it. I tried to save it. That's all I'll say. that's, that's what I get for getting too careless. Anyways. You could, like, it is savable there, but I wasted too much time because I had to also dodge the little trees and the big tree, obviously. So we'll just stick to the opposite side of the road instead. And as I say that, I almost do the same thing I did earlier. Alright, nice and easy 10,000. Next event, top speed. Let's do this. 170 should be nothing. This is our first speed race. Okay, this is a speed race. Your goal is to reach the required speed. Now, these pay really well for how easy they are. We just need 274. Which is going to be a bit tough with this car to hit 274, but not impossible. You just need to top out, essentially. In a better car, it's going to be even easier. To 60. Okay, well, we get silver. There's no class requirement. Yes, we hit to 60. So we needed 10 more. Still, I don't care. We'll just come back and do it later. Again, there's no requirement. Cars only. So as long as we aren't using a bike, it's fine. Let's do this one next. I really like this soundtrack though. Into Tomorrow is the most vibe of all the soundtracks in my opinion, but sadly it's a PSP and PS2 exclusive. Okay, apparently one of the NPCs actually has a good car, which is fine, because once in a while a challenge is good. Sadly, the AI will overbrake in this game. That's the biggest issue they have. So even if they have a fast car, even if it's like a small bend like here on the road, they will actually brake because the AI, for whatever reason, is programmed to either accelerate or brake. They will never release. So for things where a slight release is enough, they will actually full brake. So you can just overtake them if there's enough curves or corners. So here they almost caught up, and I'm already pulling ahead because they will brake to take the corner. They will never release and just coast through the corner. I just had a massive crash there, and I have pulled ahead by like almost a kilometer. And here, massive moment, and I still pull ahead. Here, I just release. The AI will brake so they fall even further behind. Okay, now it's just to the finish. As long as you know that the AI will never just release and will always break, it's nice and easy. Come on. I kept pressing the respawn button to get back on track, and I kept fat fingering the V, and you can't press those two by like at the same time. V is to look behind. So it kept looking behind. That's why the camera went like that. Oh well. But of course I botched it right at the end. And just not just the lights of the car, it just fully brakes to take every single curve or corner. They will always brake, never release, so as long as you don't crash, you'll eventually overtake them, unless it's a big straight. For example, they are faster here in the straight, but as soon as we get to the curves, I pull away. So that's a big weakness with the AI. I tried to correct the car. And again, just look how many times he brakes to take one simple curve. Again, brake, 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 brake. Just over and over. Just they will brake repeatedly. So you can easily just overtake them. They will never just coast through corners. That's the biggest weakness of the AI. So again, because of like a tiny curve there, I've pulled way ahead by like a second. Here they'll brake again. Here they'll brake again. And we see how far behind they are now. They are almost off my minimap from all the braking they do. Now, do not crash right at the end. Okay, almost hit the pole again. Okay. When I don't butcher it, it goes well. Now, next event. Let's see, we have a lot of hitchhikers and whatnot. But I want to do races. Time trial. These are quite nice. Oh, this is our first time trial. Oh, no, we have had one before. So, a lot of the time, towards the later races, we'll have the driving aids. So we'll have to drive carefully, and especially on time trials, it essentially gives you a time penalty. But not that serious. So, it might be like up to like 15 seconds at most. But it's not a big deal. And unlike the hitchhiking missions, the model missions, the car missions, etc., these ones don't really care if you drive perfectly or not. Sure, you get the penalty, but the penalty is tiny. Like, I lost some there, and it might add like a third of a second at most. Like nearly depleting the gauge adds like 20 seconds. That's nothing. Considering in some of these you can do massive cuts, like a minute's worth of cuts in like 10 seconds of penalty.
At the next intersection, turn left. Turn left.
Didn't mean to crash there, but oh well. Like with this car, I can get to the finish and probably still have like full minute of time to spare, so a penalty won't matter. So I can just book it here.
At the next
Okay,
intersection,
almost had the moment.
turn left.
It is a bit too punishing in the sense that the bar goes down very easily, but again, it doesn't really matter. I've lost 11 out of the bar, so I might get like a 0.15 penalty. That's nothing. Sometimes it will matter in the very short ones, but not in this one. There's also some races against AI that will have the gauge later on. Quite a few if it's the same as the PSP version. But been a while since I did a late game PC version. Like last time I streamed the game, not last stream, but like a few years ago. The save file that I had before I overwrote this and started a new game last stream. So that was a little bit further ahead than where we are. It had done the like some of the longer races, like the 40-minute ones. Here, let's see the penalty. 2 seconds. It's a bit harsher than I remember, but still that's nothing. We have 55 seconds to spare after the penalty. Alright, so we have Hitchhiker. Let's do this. Just to get the road marked, to then be able to fast travel to the races. 7 minutes for what? 18.7 kilometers, should be easy, since it's the roadside road. Seaside road, not roadside. Okay, I'm having a brain fart here. Probably the heat is getting to me. The heat and the bad food odor from people cooking without turning the ventilator on. Because apparently, who needs a ventilator when cooking? Not like they're making meatballs that literally have a really strong smell from all the herbs and the ground meat. Anyways. Just vibing. The game also came with classical music, which I always found it hilarious. Like you have Swan Lake, you have the Ride of the Valkyries, you have Beethoven. I can't remember which piece though. You had quite a few. Magic Flute. What other ones did it have? I can't remember them off the top of my head, but there were. What is it called again? William Tell Overture, that one, and it had like 1 or 2 others. Oh, Vivaldi Four Seasons, obviously, although not the full 4 seasons. And I almost went off the road there, I just barely managed to stay. Now, we have been through this road before, but a lot of the path for this mission we haven't been on. Also, I think this mission might be the 15th mission we are doing, so we might get another milestone taken care of, hopefully. Even if we won't, I do plan to do more missions, like I plan to do all the hitchhikers and the models. Soon we'll have the last type of mission introduced, which is the deliveries, like the courier deliveries. I don't remember how those work, what you get from those. I think it's still money that you get, similar to car deliveries, but we'll see. Also, I should be driving more carefully over the bumps instead of turboing through them, because the bumps can actually damage the car and then you lose driver rating. We have plenty of time. I don't need to rush. Like, we still have almost 4 minutes left and we are 2/3 of the way there. So no need to worry. Anyways, on other things, along with the graphics card for the new computer, I really want to get a new monitor. This one has started just tiring my eyes out. It's the monitor I've been using since 2009. It's just a TV monitor thing, but as I'm getting older, I kinda want to get something with a really high refresh rate finally, because this monitor is only 60 Hz, which is fine for the retro games I normally play, but it does tire out the eyes when I want something like 240, if not higher.
At the next intersection, turn right. Turn right.
Stay within the lines. Almost there. Nice and steady.
At the next intersection, turn right. Turn right.
You have a full minute and then some for like 100 meters, so you can afford to be careful.
We're here. That's great. Thanks.
Okay, so how many do we get? 12 coupons. Okay, that's just actually amazing. 90,000 for a car delivery. It's going to be really far. We have meats here. Ooh, we have our first courier mission. Okay, let's do this.
Can I count on you?
From what I remember, this is just car delivery, but with a time limit.
With the cops.
This is a courier mission. You must transport a package to its destination. These missions are quite lucrative, but also very risky. If you fail, you must pay compensation for the loss of the package. Okay, so we have a time limit. Do we have a restart? We do.
Turn left. At the next intersection, turn right.
We don't have to worry about damage to the package. From what I see.
Turn right.
So I can just go zooming. And I just realized that a bit too late. Alright. Time to YOLO it then.
At the next intersection, turn left.
Again, I can easily cut through that grass there. But I keep not thinking about it. And then by the time I could do it, I'm already past it. Oh well. It does save like 10 seconds, but not the biggest of deals.
At the next intersection, turn right. Turn right. At
Yeah,
the next
unless we
intersection,
go
turn
through
left.
a really tight zigzagging area, I should make it with plenty of time to spare. Because this is just the coast road, the coastal road. It's just nice and open. Don't have to worry about anything.
At the next intersection, turn right. Turn right.
Yeah, we should get there with about 40 seconds to spare, I'd say. We are up to speed, so 2 kilometers should be nothing. Okay, it's in view.
At the next intersection, turn left. Turn left. Turn left.
It's a little bit of a shortcut, but we're here. So, first courier mission, get 40,000. No bonus though. Okay. We've done 15 missions. Car delivery, hitchhiker. Ooh, our first long mission. 22 minutes for 20 something kilometers. Let's try it. 100 grand. These missions are actually, from what I remember, very lenient with their time. So even though we only have an E-Class car, we should be able to do it. Last playthrough I did this with a Koenigsegg, and I ended up finishing with literally half the time left. So I think we'll be fine here as long as I don't crash too much. Once I'm up to speed, I shouldn't be much slower than other cars higher. And wait, TDU is always dark. This is without even HDR on. If I turn on HDR, it becomes even darker, but yes. TDU has always been either really dark or really bright, so the shadows and whatnot are overly dark and the rest of the game is overly bright. I do also have the brightness slightly down, but not to that extreme of a degree. I just don't want to burn my eyeballs, essentially. But hello there, what's the name? Jakubix is here. Yeah, it depends on your settings as well. But if I simply turn HDR on, you won't be able to see a thing from how dark it makes it. Because it's not a real HDR, it's like a fake HDR. Anyways, I'm doing one of the longer races. So this is like a 22-minute race, essentially. It's not even a race, it's just a time trial. It's not tour of the island yet. No, I'm Greek. Although I do get asked a lot about my, let's just say, how I speak. So I don't blame you. Like thick accent, apparently. I've even been called French Batman before. I've been called all sorts of things because of my accent in general. Anyways. Yeah, I know. Most people here talk like that. Some talk way thicker than me. Some do the fake British accent where they just overly roll every letter. Like the R's sound like there's 5 R's in a row whenever they say a word with an R in it. If you know what kind of accent I'm talking about. It's like the fake British accent, but not the mocking British fake. Like not trying to make fun of the British accent, just pretending to be able to speak like a British person, but just failing miserably. That kind of accent. Anyways, I have been crashing left and right, but I think we are making good time. Since most of this is going to be just big straights like this. So we can just go zooming. Now the only problem is that my fingers are going to get tired from doing 100 kilometers. But we'll see. We just need to keep up the speed though. If I start dropping below 200 too much, then we are definitely not going to make it. Because Test Drive Unlimited 2, first of all, the handling of the car sucks. The multiplayer is good, don't get me wrong, and the second island is nice, just more content, more everything, but I just can't put up with the handling. Although, once I do a full playthrough of Test Drive Unlimited 1, I will do Test Drive Unlimited 2 afterwards. I'm not touching Solar Crown though, because it's just a broken mess. Like it puts Test Drive Unlimited to shame. I'm not paying, how much is it currently? $40 for Solar Crown. When one, despite its flaws, is infinitely better. Not to mention that one has extreme modability, like you can find all sorts of mods for Test Drive 1. I'm not playing with mods though, I'm playing vanilla, that's the thing. I'm not using the Platinum mod, for example, for Test Drive Unlimited 1. So I'm doing a fully vanilla playthrough. I could use the mods and whatnot, but I'm playing vanilla right now. 5600 XT, but honestly this game on max settings runs with just 512 VRAM. Like you can get a GPU from 2003 and it will run the game just fine. Unlike games nowadays which just require insane GPUs because they're too lazy to actually optimize the game. Huge map, very good looking. Again, this is a game from 2006 and it looks beautiful, but you can run this on a literal potato. Well, all older games will have issues, but there's ways to fix them. For example, this game refuses to run on windowed with high settings. So you have to jump through hoops in order to get it to run how I'm doing it. I'm playing it on windowed mode, actually forced windowed full screen with max settings, which normally should be impossible, but it is possible if you know what you're doing and you use the right utilities. So that's the only thing that is not vanilla. So I can actually see what's going on, because with basic settings, like without modifying anything, the game will force 480p. The gambling is fine. You can still access that island here, you just don't have the casino. I'm not saying Test Drive Unlimited 2 is bad. The handling is bad. Everything else about the game is actually very good. It's a big step up from Test Drive Unlimited 1, but the handling is what's bothering me. The cars just slide like crazy in Test Drive Unlimited 2 from what I remember, to the point where the handling is just not enjoyable. You have... It's... Yes, I know it's an entirely different island, but it started from the idea of Eden Island, because if you read the interviews with the developers, they planned to put the casino in Eden Island, but they ended up just scrapping the idea and left the island as an Easter egg. And they brought back the idea for Test Drive Unlimited 2 for the new map. I can't remember if in Test Drive Unlimited 2 you do have the Eden Island, because you can come back to Oahu, but I can't remember if you still have the Eden Island or not. So if you remember, maybe you can tell me. Yeah. I tried to reach it last stream, but I kept falling off the mountain before I could get the Eden thingy. Okay, we are making good time, I just noticed. We should be making good time. It will be closed though, so I need to lock in. We can probably finish this in about 20 minutes and a half, 21 minutes, if I don't mess up too much. You do have options to change that, you know, like you can just disable the arcadeness in the assists, whereas in Test Drive Unlimited 2 it's always slidey. And it's even more arcadey because just pressing to steer should not turn the car like into drift mode. I'm playing with the default setting for the handling, which is the sports mode. I could just disable all assists, but I think it's fine. Again, I need to stop freaking crashing, because otherwise we are not going to make it. We still have to go half the distance. I shouldn't even be doing this event in this car. I should be using
At the next intersection, turn
at
right.
least a D-class
Turn
vehicle
right.
for this. And I'm playing on keyboard, which is why I will oversteer every now and then, or why I tap to steer. So you might notice the car like turn little by little because I'm just tapping. Otherwise I'll just go flying. And the car I'm using is just the Skyline R34 with upgrades obviously, but it's not the car you should be using for this event. I just felt like doing it there. TDU steering in general, the unlimited 2 steering is just floaty, even on controller. Sure, on controller it's a bit easier to control, but that's not the only reason. Like even people that play on controller or steering wheel
At the next intersection, turn
will
right.
complain about the handling in Test Drive Unlimited 2. Unless you race and like you play that game for so many hours that you get absolutely used to that, then sure. But I don't plan to dedicate 100 hours just to get used to the steering. Also, another thing is I have my girlfriend sleeping on the call in the back, and there's some weird sounds because it's a train place. Okay. So she's at the train place, and I have her in the back, and you hear the choo-choo every few seconds. It's like a toy train place, right? They have those in the US where she is right now with the grandparents, and you keep hearing the choo-choo from people riding the trains in the back. Well, she's just sleeping there. I don't know how she can sleep through that, but anyways. I keep thinking it's coming from this game somehow. Okay. I need to be quick on the response whenever I lose control. Analog keyboard. Yeah, I'm not spending like $100+ on one keyboard just to be able to use analog keys. At that point, I'll just get like a joystick for like $5. I do have a controller, I just don't like playing these older games on controller. Yeah, it's a nice gimmick. Configurable keys are also nice, as in, have you played Trackmania any? There's the action keys that basically will lock your steering to like 20%, 40%, etc. to simulate kinda what a controller can do. Also, I'm 29 with a lot of health issues, so I'm not exactly one for tight control when my hands are constantly shaking. So I don't think I would be able to use an analog keyboard well. Like my fingers and hands just jitter a lot from neurological issues, so I would just overpress or underpress constantly, trying to be accurate. Even on controller, I will very rarely go for fine control. I'll just go either full left, full right, and just adjust my throttle. Technically speaking, it does. If your fingers are able to use it. Mine aren't. So I don't really see much difference between a normal keyboard, an analog keyboard, or just a controller. At least in my case. I used to be able to fine-tune my inputs, and back then I would play on controller a lot, but now I can't anymore, so big deal. Let's just wing it. Yes, I know, you can set a curve on analog keyboards. I'm more of an action keys person. If you've played Trackmania again, you just press, for example, the one button, and while that's pressed, your steering just locks to 20%. Pressing 2 locks it to 40%, etc. So you can use that, and that is something I can use, but yeah. Okay, now to get to the finish, 8 kilometers. Let's not have any weird moments or accidents. You should try it, a really good series. Try Nations Forever first, since it is pretty much free. And if you like it, you can try the 2020 version, which is free, but a lot of it is behind a paywall. You can still play for hundreds of hours without paying, but you will have to pay eventually. It's not much, but it is on a yearly subscription. It's like $10 a year or something, 10 or 20. It's not much, but since I never play that game anymore, I just don't bother paying for the subscription. The nice thing is that once you pay for the subscription, any multiplayer content that releases that year, and there's new content literally every day, yeah, the physics, which do affect the handling, last I checked. Anyways, Test Drive Unlimited 1 also has issues. Try playing the game at over 60 FPS and the cars, like the NPCs, will be invisible, especially the cops will be invisible, so you'll just crash into the cops out of thin air. Cars will swerve into your lane randomly or will brake check you, etc. There's way too many issues when playing above 60 FPS. The higher you go, the more wonky it gets. Alright. We actually finished this much sooner than I expected. Okay. I thought we'd make it with like 21 minutes as a time. We just destroyed that. Anyways, 100,000. And let's find some other events to do. Car delivery in a straight line. Let's do this. And no, I just have the 1.66a version, I think it's called, or 167a, basically the last version before the Mega Pack. I'm playing off my own dump of the game from back in the day, by the way, so there is that. And since I never got the Mega Pack DLC, I don't have it. I can easily find it and just install it, it's not a big deal. Anyways, car delivery, so as long as we do it nice and safely. Yeah, but it's nothing serious. I'm missing, what, 44 cars, 45 cars? I can't remember how many the Mega Pack adds. Still has all the classics like the Koenigseggs, the Lamborghinis, the Nobles. No, it's not 50, it is 45 or 44. It's either one of those two. I think it's 44, and then you got one free car on top for 45. Just because I was looking it up the other day, but then decided not to bother installing it. Just do a vanilla playthrough, then install the Mega Pack, then install the Platinum mod. I want to take it slowly. So I remember seeing on the wiki that it said either 44 or 45. It's 40 something. Okay, that was scary. just slamming on the floor like that from a jump is actually enough to damage the car and lose you money here. Again, it's all games. Obviously, they will require fixes. For example, for this one, I did modify the executable a bit to let me play on full screen while windowed, so I can actually stream it, because I'm not trying to stream a game in exclusive full screen. That's just a disaster waiting to happen. So I did mod the game slightly, like the executable specifically. I didn't change any of the physics though, or any of that stuff, or add content. I just made it playable essentially. So I have no issue doing that for Test Drive Unlimited too. It's not a big deal. I can also just pull out my ancient computer just sitting in some closet. That's a Pentium D with HD 6450.
At the next intersection, turn left.
Alright. Almost didn't break in time, so that's good. Not time limited though, so even if I overshoot it, I have plenty of room to correct. We just need to not go off-road though. We stay on the road and we avoid bumps, and we're good. This event, if we do it perfectly, gives us 135,000 money. So almost went off the road there. So combined with the event we just did, we might actually break 1 million finally. I might just go above 1 million credits after this event. We'll see. I should be very close. Okay, we're almost there. And sure is getting dark here. Don't remember the weather getting this cloudy. I would expect the weather to be a lot sunnier.
At the next intersection, turn left. Turn left.
I do like the dynamic weather though. Well, it's not actually dynamic weather, but it does have slight scheduling. It will just circle through the island, more or less. Okay. 300 meters to go. And we're here. I'll just let it stop on its own. Oh, it keeps rolling. Okay. Just kept rolling at 10 kilometers an hour. Okay, 6 delivery. Okay, we just barely break 1 million. We just got our first 1 million.
The wrong direction.
Nice.
Please turn around.
We have a hitchhiker here. Ooh, car delivery for 99,999. And we have Pat over here, Cody, Nathan, Lars. Let's do Brad to start with, since it should be easy. It's mostly 2 straights from what I noticed. Also, it's not even far. Most hitchhikers up until now have been over 18 kilometers. This one is not even 12. Sure, it's at a worse stretch of road where I need to be a bit more careful, but it's not the biggest of deals. Can still book it for the most part. Just need to be a bit careful, that's all. here. Be careful on the bump. And off we go. I'm trying to do all these optional missions. Well, it's not exactly optional, you do have to do them, but all these missions perfectly. I want to do every single mission perfectly, because if you do all the hitchhikers and the model missions perfectly, you'll have exactly enough tickets to get all the clothes in the game. Like, it gives you exactly the amount. So that's one thing. Then the other missions, if you do them perfectly, like the car deliveries, you just get a mountain of money extra. So you have a huge incentive to just get them perfectly. Four kilometers to go. Release slightly just to be safe. Don't want to fly off the road. Right.
At the next intersection, turn left.
Almost there.
Turn left.
Okay, we are going down to the bottom of the mountain. Okay. Two kilometers, mostly a big straight. Do need to be careful about the bend though. The game is a bit too lenient with these missions though. Like, seriously. Why does it give me so much freaking time to do this? I'm still using an E-Class vehicle, right? It's my second car. And I still do these events with plenty of time to spare. Like, come on, game.
We're here. That's great. Thanks.
Alright, 4th out of 20. 9 coupons. Since you get an extra free coupon every time. Then we do this for 60 grand.
Lucky you.
For these ones, we just book it. There's no penalty if we go off-road. All we have to do is just YOLO it. At first, I thought, like earlier, I thought we had to stay on the road, but when I realized we don't have to, they became a lot more interesting. Because this game, because it's based on real world, right? The map layouts are the same as in real life. Well, at the time. The roads have changed slightly because we are talking about the US here. Since Hawaii is in the US, and Americans sure love to build the roads left and right. So they threw into most of the forest to then just make more roads, but oh well. Anyways, so the roads are based in real life, therefore a lot of roads will just be running parallel, and normally it would be illegal to just cut across, but since it's a video game, we can just cut across to get some insanely huge cuts in some of the races and events. So any event that doesn't punish you is potentially just about to be shortcutted to oblivion. Alright. We are almost down to the big road.
At the next intersection,
So at that bit on, I can just book it. Kinda butchered my exit onto the road, but it's fine. Because now it's just a huge straight. I don't think there's any corners to really worry about here. It's just driving in a big straight with the odd curve here and there. And I'm just vibing to the music. The radios wouldn't work like the vanilla radios, so I essentially just added the songs myself back into the game. Couldn't find all the songs though, for some reason. So some of the songs are missing, but I just put all the songs in 4 folders and chucked them in the profile. Since that's another amazing thing about these games, you can literally just put your own music in the game and have it as a radio station. I wish more games did this. Games back in the day had all these nice, neat features like that. Custom music, actually promoting mods, or just a really nice open world multiplayer that wasn't just repetitive objectives. The races here have variety. It's not do this, do that 50 times over. It's not clearing bandit camps for the 50th time just to unlock one more HP level. It's actually rewarding to explore the island, and it is fun to just drive around, trying
At the
different
next
challenges.
intersection, turn right.
And we're here. Again with plenty of time to spare. Okay, 2 out of 20. 60 grand. Next event. 90,000 car delivery. 90,000 car delivery. Hitchhiking. Let's do this one. Time trial. We should be able to just smoke it. Honestly, since this is amateur level. Therefore, it should be beatable even in just a basic E-Class car, let alone an upgraded one. I just need to not mess up my driving, that's all. And we are passing by the ultra high definition boat. I was too distracted by the boat. Don't know why it looks like that. The rest of the game just looks great. But I guess because it's far, it gets rendered at lower resolution. It just looks weird. Oh well. Halfway there. But from here on out it's mostly big straight, so it's actually even less. Until we get to the next bridge area. I mean, to overshoot that. I tried to brake, but I also wanted to set up for the corner and I couldn't decide which one to do first. Brake or set. So I delayed it too much. Oh, we have a news thingy. Probably because I hit the next milestone in how many miles I've driven. We might have gotten to 600 miles. Not miles, kilometers. 600 kilometers. Although I think we are a lot higher than that. We'll see. Because the other car has like 400, this car has 210 as we can see at the bottom, and then there's all those car deliveries that also count towards the thingy. At least I think they count. They might actually not count. Oh well. Anyways, this is going to be a silver sadly because I messed up too much, but we'll just come back and do it later. Oh no, we failed. Oh well. $400 miles, so that is 600 kilometers or something. Anyways, let's just redo the event later. Oh, it's a pro level event, okay. Ford Island Circuit. Okay, let's just go back to just doing races. So we have a race here.
Your itinerary is being recalculated.
Just fast travel. We have a new message.
Being recalculated. Turn left.
Doing a little cutting here and
Your
there.
destination is 500 meters away. At the next intersection, turn left. Turn left.
Alright. Time for a race.
You have reached your destination.
Haven't done a race in a while. I keep doing the solo missions where you just drive by yourself, like time trial or car delivery or hitchhiking.
3, 2, 1, go!
Come on. Of course he's just going to brake check me. I got stuck behind him. I expected him to keep accelerating, but no, he just held the brakes. We could see that red lights coming on. So he was just slamming the brakes again and again. Anyways, I'm just going to punt my way through. Almost hit the fence there. And despite my off-wheel driving, we're still first
Turn left.
somehow. Yeah, I really need to start driving better. Granted, my hands are getting tired from all the driving we've done. No point in getting frustrated. Again, it's supposed to be a chill stream. We're just driving around. We spent literally the first 2.5, 3 hours of the stream just driving from place to place, not even racing, just to unlock the bikes. Which I then ended up not buying because I need the garage space. Okay, next event. We have D-Class to E-Class, yeah, no thank you. Saline only. Okay, we're doing this one. because
Your
it
itinerary is being recalculated.
it's let's just say it's a lot easier than it seems. And I'll show you why.
Your itinerary is being recalculated.
So this is a mission that requires you
Turn left.
to hit a certain speed
You have reached
within
your destination.
the time it tells you. Now these missions kinda have a way too easy solution to them.
2, 1, go!
You turn around and then you just drive. That's it. That's the mission. They expect you to go through the mountain pass. But you don't have to do this. In nearly every single one of these missions, you can just turn around and drive in a big straight. Okay, 20 golds. Next up, we have this amateur level time trial.
Your itinerary is being recalculated.
This requires... Okay. It's another speed challenge, but I don't know for how much speed. We'll see.
Your itinerary is being recalculated. Turn left.
Now, I think I'll do like 5 or so more events,
You have
then
reached
call
your
it for the day.
destination.
And I do like the waterfalls in the back. Okay, 25,000 for a simple time trial. Oh, this is why it has the penalty. Okay.
2, 1, go!
So we do need to avoid going off-road. But that should be easy.
Turn left. At the next intersection, turn right. Turn right. At the next intersection, turn left. Turn left. At the next intersection, turn left. Turn left.
And we have one more lap, I think.
Turn left. Turn left. At the next
I
intersection,
do need to
turn
speed
right.
up slightly.
Turn right.
Okay, that's bad. That means we do get a pretty significant penalty, since this is a tight race. I need... Okay, I'll just come back and do it with a better handling car later. Point. This car just has to overcorrect when wait, 80,000, and it's mostly a straight line. Okay, let's do this. Where is he? Oh, here. Ooh, the W12.
At the next intersection, turn right. Turn right.
Just drive safely and make a nice and easy 120,000. Since I have a lot of money, I kind of feel like buying a new house and then ending the stream there. So I'll do the event here. I'll do like 1 or 2 more events. Then we're going to buy a house and call it for the day. Because the heat is getting to me. But I don't want to turn my fan on and face it at my face, because then it will just be heard through the microphone and it's just going to blast the audio. Okay, I just need to be a little bit careful here. Very easy place to lose control. But after this, it's just booking it again. Also, let's change the music a bit. Which one has the... Okay, that's the one. I passed it. William Tell Overture. Let's do this. Just find it hilarious how Test Drive Unlimited came up with classical music like this, or Ride of the Valkyries and whatnot. It's just hilarious. Actually, let me turn the volume up. the perfect music to deliver a cartoon. Are you freaking kidding me? Are you freaking kidding me? Nah, let's just not do it. I just want to do some short events. Of course, I miss the breaking. Oh well. So. This one would be easy enough.
Your itinerary is being recalculated.
There's also a time trial here for E-Class. Let's do this.
Your destination is 1.5 kilometers away. Your destination is 1 kilometer away. Your itinerary is being recalculated. Your destination is 500 meters away.
Okay, I need to start thinking about what kind of house I want the next one to be. I'm not going to splurge too much on a house. I think at most 300,000, so we need to find something within that budget. Ooh, camera challenge. Let's do this. 194.
3, 2,
Ooh, Ride of the Valkyries. Wagner is always cool music. So we need to find a different path. I was trying to work out a path, but this didn't work. I'll just see if we can open the map.
2, 1, go!
Okay, we cannot open the map. So we'll have to work with the GPS somehow. Not working either. I need to be careful there. Okay.
Three, two, one, go!
Okay, let's do this. Inspirational music. We go from the bottom. Take the path here and go around. Okay, I give up. It is very much doable if I actually don't crash, but hence I have gotten way too tired. Okay, we'll do this. Wait. This or... We could also have this. Now let's do this.
Your itinerary is being recalculated.
But yeah, we are doing this, then we are finding a nice house to buy. I'm calling it for today, then I'll just stream again when I have the time.
Turn right.
This was just meant to be a chill stream, but it ended up into a tryhard stream, and I didn't feel like doing that today. Started nicely though for the first 3 hours.
At the next intersection, turn left. Turn left.
Maybe I'll also buy a bike while at it. Okay. Managed to correct that by slamming on purpose
Your destination
with the
is 3
side
kilometers
instead of
away.
just slamming head first. Okay, let's just change music.
At the next intersection, turn left. Turn left. Turn right. Your itinerary is being recalculated. Your destination is 1.5
Having
kilometers
way
away.
too many skill issues now. So it is getting frustrating. If I hadn't literally driven about 400 kilometers just this stream alone, my hands would be feeling a bit better
Your destination
to
is
do
500
minute
meters away.
adjustments. But like I was mentioning earlier, because of health issues and whatnot, my hands are
You have reached your
like
destination.
jittery and whatnot, which gets even worse after I overuse them. So I'm just going to get some food, probably just cereal with milk because I'm boiling here. So some nice cold milk with cereal would be nice as a snack. It is lunchtime, but be good. I really have an idea of what to do right before ending the stream. I want to go buy something very special, upgrade it, and keep it for later. Although we can actually kind of use it already, since there's events that will let us use it to obliterate them. And are like revenge for how many times I've messed up. Or for the events that I missed out barely on, like that top speed event earlier where I needed like 5 more top speed. It's fine. If we crashed any bit, we're almost there anyways. So like 0.2 penalty isn't going to change much. I really am digging this piece that's playing. Okay, last checkpoint after this, then the finish line, with plenty of time to spare. Bigger penalty, but still nothing serious. Doesn't matter if we do this perfectly or not, as long as we just get to the finish line. With plenty of time to spare. So 1.5 seconds of penalty. Big freaking whoop. We had 57 seconds and then some to spare. I think that's fine. Okay. Next up. Okay. I'm going to do the thing I said I would do. Ooh, Swan Lake. Nice. Go over here. Buy a beauty. 538,000. Worth it. Now, what color do we go for? We can go with the pearl, which is the classic for Koenigsegg's, But I kind of feel like going for something funky, either a purple or dark silver. I think let's go for the funky purple. But the silver, like dark silver, just looks way too cool to pass upon. It's not like overdone like the black. Should I go silver? No, let's go purple. Then we get to also customize the interior, because this is actually a good game, not a lazy game. For interior, I kind of want to go blue. If it also had the purple interior, that would be perfect. Blue gold interior can be quite nice. Now let's just go orange black. That's great. Blue gold. So half our money goes to this. Then we find the tuner. We spent another, I think it's 70,000. No, it's 200,000. But it's worth it. Just look at these stats. So we spent like 750,000, almost 80,000, 800,000. And with the remaining money, I'm going to get this real estate office, and we're going to pick a nice place to buy. Now, different real estate offices will have different houses. This looks nice. Beachside house. And we can actually afford it. Okay, this is so far the best pick. Let's see next one. I didn't mean to fast travel there, but we can just turn back a bit. But it's not here. This is pretty cheap, but also a bit sad looking. How about this one? Also, ooh, elevated house, nice. These are always cool, because you also don't have to deal with rodents, which are a big issue in islands. You don't have to deal with cockroaches, mice, etc. because they usually don't like going up. Okay. Nice house with a pool. And it is at the top of the island. Another nice house with a pool. Okay. Kinda liking this one here. It's a bit plain, but it's at a good location because there's a lot of events around there. Okay, then we have two more realtors. Okay, this is just within our price range. Yeah, just a nice building. This one is at the top of the... Yes, this one is the one I was mentioning, like talking about way earlier when I said there's some mountain houses that basically do not spawn traffic outside. So if you are wanted by the cops, you just have to go there. But this is nice because 8 vehicles. So most likely that's the one we are going to get. But let's check the last one. Exactly middle of the island. It's the elevated kind. Ooh, I'm really digging this. Pool with poolside table and everything. Okay, I'm digging this. It is only 6 vehicles though. But let's do this. We're buying this. So we get the thingy for having 2. Also, I like how the boxes from the cutscene just stay here. We have a nice drive-in area. And we have garage space here. And then a little, I wouldn't call it an outhouse, but it's like a beach house. No, a pool house next to the actual house. Okay, that's cool. Now let's read the mail. You got mail. Still remember that from the old days AOL. Okay. Expert level, 20 cups, 2 houses. Game progress 22%. In this game, progress is not actually tied to how many cars you own, whereas in the PSP and PS2 versions, cars you own basically are 80% of the progression. You need to get 1 of every single car in the game. Now let's see for these. We need 19 more cups, like golds, which should be very easy with a full upgraded Koenigsegg. Then we have these missions. For purchases, if we own 1 more car, I don't know if bikes count. I want to get a bike as well. I will get a bike next before I end the stream. Then we are halfway to 1000 miles. Nice. Okay. So we had some events that required speed, so let's do them. This is going to be so tough. I wonder how I'll ever beat this. Let's see. In the last car we were like 5 short. I wonder if this one will do it. Okay, so like 15 seconds, 15,000. Nice and easy. We can just keep repeating that for money if we want to. 40,000. Let's do this one next. This is the one I was trying earlier.
3, 2, 1, go!
With this car we have more of a chance of going off-road. But that's fine. Actually, I'll just restart. No point in just trying to drive back then forth. Now the Salini is even better for this event because it has better acceleration. but I don't have another 500,000 to drop on a car. Mid-air snap photo. Like snapshot. And to go around. Actually, wait. That wouldn't really work with where it's positioned. Oh well. The grass is just making me slide all over. Anyways. Now we just turn around and we finish. Yeah. I messed up 50 times and I still got gold. That's the beauty of the Koenigsegg. Okay. Lucky day.
One, go!
I do like classical music. A lot of really cool tracks. Yeah, that was kinda bad, but it's fine. I just didn't see the corner at all. Still, we can go zooming so fast that it doesn't matter. Okay, 2 more to go. And if we simply take them at a good speed, like here, we should be fine. Okay, for this one, we just go the opposite way. We have plenty of time. As long as I don't take it at less than 50. No, at less than 60 something, then we win. And that's 40,000, just like that. And we have one here, which sadly we can't do with this beauty of the car. And this one... Okay, this is up the mountains. Okay, next up. bike showrooms to buy ourselves a nice bike. I'll only buy one bike for now, whichever bike has the best stats. After this, we end the stream. So 245 to 95. I don't care how expensive it is. The groups don't really matter because bike events are usually just any ranking. So 295 with 3 seconds. One more dealership. We'll probably just go with the one we saw. Okay. Slightly better acceleration, but less top speed. .306. This is the fastest so far, but not as good acceleration. So let's go with the fastest. Only red. Okay, it's fine. 45,000. Most expensive of them all. Now we have bikes. And on bikes, if you crash even slightly, you'll just respawn. So here. I want to try and crash into sign. Oh well. So we have the bike. Now I want to see if we have tuners for bikes. Can we tune a bike? We can. Okay, I guess we have to find the tuner. Great. So just back to exploring, I guess. Oh well. If we bought the Kawasaki, I could modify it. I will find the tuner eventually. So let's go home. Any news? Nothing. And the bike did not count as a car. Otherwise we would have some more news. The Patrick Dracula music. Anyways, thanks for watching everyone. I'm just going to end it here, so I'll stream again whenever I have the time to. But for now, this is all. We've been at it for 4 hours and 23 minutes. Good enough stopping point. My hands are, well, my main hand is just really tired. So I'll see you all next time. Have a good day, night, whatever, everyone. I'm just going to get something to eat and relax.